Beautiful shot there.
Oh, wow. Stop it, please.
Well, bienvenida and welcome to all pool fans joining us from across the world for this Predator Pro Billiard Series 10-ball event, hosted in this beautiful star-studded arena at the Gandia Palace Hotel in Spain. You join us on day 2, the Little Monsters Women's International Open. We're in the second round of the losers bracket, matchup between the home hopeful Maita Rapero, and she takes on Poland's Monika Zabek. My name is Gethin Davis. It's my pleasure to be joined in the commentating box with my good friend and colleague, Tim de Ruyter. Welcome, Tim.
Good morning, Gethin. Pleasure to be here as always, and yeah, definitely a great match to start off the day.
Yeah, we got to have a sneak preview of the girls on day 1. We were treated to some cracking matches, and we're just finishing off the losers bracket here as our first match on table 2. After this will be the losers qualification, so we're really getting to the business end now of this Women's International Open from Little Monsters. Haven't had a chance yet to see either of these players breaking, but it looks like Monika has won the lag, Tim.
Yeah, well, I did see Ropero play against Bojana Sarac yesterday from Serbia. Struggled quite a bit and lost in 2 straight sets. That's how she got to the one loss side. And for Monika, she beat Tara Verharen from the Netherlands 2-0 to lose against Chiyu Cho, which is in some way understandable, probably the strongest female player out there. And then a win against Anna Mazerina. So Monika has had a lot more play yesterday than Maite had. So curious to see if that maybe changes the outcome of this match.
Yeah, that's good to point out, Tim. A lot more table time, it appears, for Monika. But Monika had a dry break there, gave them a good wallop, but nothing dropped, and it looks like Maita has just played a push shot here. So Monika will have the choice of taking this on or giving it back. I don't think she's giving it back, Tim.
Well, and a little flick of the 6 made sure to get the hook. It's a good opening shot. Very early trouble for Maite.
Yeah, Maita's just looking at the one cushion escape there, but the one's so close to the 6, maybe blocking her pathway. So electing to come off the opposite long rail. Ooh. Just catches the 3, pots the 1, but it's an illegal shot, and that will give Monika ball in hand. So success from her early on from her safety. Promising start.
Now, do we see any difficulties laying on the table? Maybe to get from the 4 to the 5, but the 5 does go in the top left and the top right. Maybe, well, as you can see, the 8 does go by the 10, so should not be a threat. So now it's all about probably getting towards the center of the table from the 3 to the 4. I think this might be the most difficult shot to play. Overstretched.
Yeah, it looked like she'd played it at a pace that it may have covered the 3, but the 1 ball looks to have just rolled a little bit too far for it to be covered.
Yeah, definitely feel like there's the real first escape. A little bit tricky on the speed to put yourself nice on the 4, but well, you're not always gonna be able to see both sides of the ball.
No, and she may need to move this cue ball a little bit to get round for the 4 if she can get to the pot.
Looking good. How's that for pace?
Wow, she played that very well. Difficult to judge when it's coming off the cushion first. And now needs to put another big shot in, you feel here, Tim, to get shape on the 5.
Well, I have a feeling she's still able to draw away from the 9 as long as she hits it smooth enough. The right spin is going to help her hitting the 4 thicker, so it will catch the draw more. She did not catch the 4 thicker, but that bump on the 9 definitely helps her out. Now, the only thing I'm not a big fan of is the fact that now getting from the 8 to the 9 is a little bit of a thing. And the 8, as we did see earlier on, might not have the full pocket. So, in case you get on the 8 and you have to cheat the pocket a bit to get to the 9, now it gets scary.
And she's moving the cue ball rather nicely. Good opening signs for Maita here.
Well, leaving the 8 to the other corner, so won't be cheating the pocket. We'll have to go 2 rails around the 10, I feel like.
Oh, she wasn't able to avoid the 10, but hit it with enough pace that the cue ball came up this side of the table, and that is not a bad leave for all considerations, bearing in mind she was running into the 10. Fantastic pot, Tim. And comfortably puts the 10 ball away to take the first rack of this first set. These are races to 4 and best of 3 sets. Also winner breaks, so an important break against Monica's break there, and that could prove pivotal at this early stage. And good opening signs from Maita. You wouldn't think that she's had less table time than Monica. Looks very comfortable out there on the TV table.
Well, that is maybe also one of the differences. She did play on the TV table before, while I did not see Monica yet on any of the TV tables we have. So maybe that match she's played yesterday, Maite, maybe it made her more comfortable on this particular table or within this arena. So there's many ways we can still go. Let's see what happens on the break.
Well, it was a good solid break. The cue ball came tracking right up the center of the table, but it looks like again it's a dry break, and that will bring Monica to the table to have a closer inspection, and has a good open shot on the 1, but the 2 is hampered into the right corner by the 10, or is it? Will it be an opportunity for Monica, Tim?
Well, I have to say that 210 looks, I'm not gonna say wired because there is a slight gap between, but make the 1 just get somewhat straight and you should be fine, right?
Yeah, and with the Pro Billiard Series rules, this could be an early rack for Monica. If you can call the 10 on a combination and pot it, that is a win. And she started off great with the 1 ball. You couldn't have put the cue ball better.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for Maite to leave the combo straight in, but this is going to be a quick rack. And down goes the 10, so tied at 1.
Blink and you'll miss it, Tim. That was quick fire stuff. Yeah, as you pointed out, that was a bit unfortunate for Maite there, off of her break to leave the combination, but it still needed to be made, and that has brought the scoreline back to 1 apiece. Be interesting with both girls breaking dry if they will look to change anything with their break. Both seem to be hitting the balls hard enough. It may be just the positioning of the cue ball may need to change. It's early in the morning in the arena here. Oh dear. Well, this time she does make a ball off the break, but also pots the cue ball, and that will bring ball in hand to the Spaniard.
Well, I can imagine she's tempted to play the 110, yeah. she just got that little bit of a slam in the face by Monica with the 210 combination. On the other side though, she does not have to play this combination by any means. There's quite some distance. The rack is wide open. I would be surprised if she goes for it. I can understand, but it surely is missable. But she doesn't. Great combo.
Great early call as well, Tim. I was looking for problems on the table for her and didn't actually see any problems at all. And yeah, I would not have picked up on the combination, and clearly the pool player in you did. And well, the score is changing quicker than we can get it out of our mouths, Tim.
Yeah, definitely a very quick start to the day. Of course, in the long run, I have a feeling the average frame time will go up. Should be going up.
Well, let's find out. Spain's Maite Ribeiro to break for our 4th rack in this first set. and she leads 2 racks to 1. Well, she was trying to go 1 better and makes the 10 off the break. That'll keep her at the table, but the 10 will get respotted. And not such a nice look on the 1 this time, Tim. Will be looking to go safe, I fear.
Yeah, it always looks easy, these kind of safeties, but you have to thin this so well, and judging the pace perfect to bring the cue ball underneath the 8. She thinned it well, did not get the bonus to get under the 8, but got the cover.
Yeah, feathered that very thin. Great control of pace. And where the 4 ball is, she really couldn't spin into the cushion for a 1 rail escape there, so we'll be looking at the 2 rail, it appears. Makes it well, and I think I just saw the 5 hit the cushion, so that is a legal shot, and the 7, well, the 7 looks to have completely blocked Maita's look at this 1 ball. Very good escape. Well, Tim, it looks like they're trading blows at the moment, escaping from safeties and leaving their opponent in a difficult position. Again, Monica looks to have a full ball block on this, so is going airborne. Fantastic shot, and hold shape on the 2. And just to add, these players are playing under a 30-second shot clock, and that was breathing down her neck as she made that jump shot, so a little bit of added pressure, not a problem for our Polish player.
Well, there is something she looked at. I cannot imagine, but she might be playing for a 310. No, okay. I was gonna say, because for a second she walked over to that side of the table, then things would start to get a little strange, because how often do we get to see these combos? Maybe 2 or 3 times in a match. We might have had them all in the first set.
I'm just wondering what the Gandia Palace Hotel are putting in their buffet breakfasts. Seems to be working.
Oh.
Yeah, that cue ball was tracking down for that 310 combination, but it's just contacted with another ball and sort of threatened to put Maita out of shape here. I don't know if she can see the potting angle past the 7. She's just come for a closer inspection. Maybe she can.
Well, I just don't think it makes much sense to go for the bottom left. I don't think you can hold the cue ball nicely for the 4. Center of the table needed, but quite a big angle. You might run under the 10. Could have went actually for the combo, but it was quite off angle though. It's not easy. And did she... Looks like the 7 might have a small edge in between.
Well, if she can see the 3 clearly, there is a good chance to get shape on this 4.
Oh.
Well,
I do
cue
like...
balls-
I fancy the bank. What do you think?
Well, the way the cue ball is locked against the 6, it certainly is an option. There's not much traffic to look at an obvious safety either. Maybe forced into going aggressive as well, Tim. Ooh. I think she just missed that, was looking to feather it. Yeah, and foul called. It was difficult cueing from where that ball was positioned, so gives ball in hand to Maite Ropero. And very useful ball in hand as she looks at potentially getting to the hill from this visit.
Well, if you look at 4, 5, 6, 7, should be connecting the dots. Only to roll up for the 8 in the top left. And then doesn't really matter where you leave the cue ball after the 8, you're always going to be shooting on the 10, so definitely a great opportunity.
Well, you feel this would be the key shot here, ensuring she's got straight or a very nice look at the 8.
Oh, she's missed the 7. Maybe the spin curving a little bit too much on her. Surprising mistake there. Was a little bit guaranteed actually to be on the 8, so yeah, unexpected.
This is just fallen in a tricky spot. You fully expected to make this in the center pocket. It'd be all about pace. Played it well, and from falling out of position and putting herself into trouble, giving her opponent ball in hand, Monika Zabek finds herself back at the table with a rather nice look at this 10 ball.
Yeah, missed the boat a little bit. Maite Ropero could have been on the hill. But we are going to each.
Yeah, and that is a good point. This could have been roles reversed, and it would have been for Monika to have taken the hill. As it is, it's 2 apiece, and that keeps this first set rather interesting. I was alluding earlier, we are playing a best of 3 sets, race to 4 each set, and I have yet to commentate on one. Now we're on day 2, but have you seen a shootout yet?
Not on the stream tables, and honestly I was not exactly looking for it on the scoring either.
No,
but
me neither.
I mean, I'm quite sure it will happen.
Absolutely. But in the event that the players are all square in the 3rd set, we will go to a shootout. So Monika broke more from the center of the table there. Maybe wanting to keep better control of the cue ball as a result. She did do that. But I'm afraid we're back to dry breaks, and that will bring Maita back to the table. From our overhead, that one ball does not look like it has a path to the corner pocket, so we may see the Spaniard playing safe here.
Well, still a bit of a scary safety shot. She could have tried to roll up on the 7, but it's always scary to gamble a bit with that kind of shot. Playing the 1 into the 8, you still have to hit the cushion after contact, of course, so she chose to play a different shot. She did get the hook. Jump shot is available, but Monica looking to kick this. And now, I'm not saying this to get everybody tense already, but the 10 ball in front of that corner is something you have to be careful with. If you are playing safe on the 1, now you're kicking at the ball and you send the 1 ball over, suddenly you leave a 1-10 combo.
That's a clever shot from Maita there, recognizing there was no value in moving them balls anymore, and has pushed that cue ball into a very tight position on the 9. Any contact on the 1 should pop the 2 ball though, as we see the Polish player call the 2, looking at the 1 cushion, but that looks a bit too tight with the corner pocket there.
Well, one of the options is to, if she can get there, just make sure the 10 goes out. Oh wow, look at this.
What a shot.
Wow. Against all the odds. Running low on the shot clock, she goes 2 rails and makes the 1-10. The 1-2, excuse me. What a brilliant effort.
And returns the favour, locking the cue ball up against the 8. That was a beautiful passage of play, and has really just swapped the momentum in 2 shots. Incredible. Well, I can't see an obvious pathway. And that wasn't going to be hard enough, even if it was on the right line, I'm afraid. So
the only shot I was looking at, Gethin, was to maybe go over the right long rail with like a Massey bend it low left into the 1, but it was a strong safety, that's for sure. I mean, it was a very difficult position to be in. And she is now going for this 10. Probably because of where the 4 ball is laying a bit awkward by the side pocket point. This one is off angle though. And if you play this soft and you seem to not make the 10, you might return the favor. Well, the only good news I have for her is the 10 did not stay over the corner. But the 4 did develop over the side.
yeah, that has given Maita a good look at a clearing pattern here. Needs to start with the cut on the 3, but as you mentioned, the 4 has been put into a very pretty position over the centre pocket.
Yeah, the only... Well, there's 2 shots, but one of them would be more tricky, more precision needed, is to get from the 7 to the 8. The other shot is getting from the 5 to the 6, but there's multiple options to get there. Could stun off the rail and play the 6 in the bottom left. Doesn't have to go all the way back to play the 6 in the side.
Well, the good news is she hasn't called the 10 yet. Otherwise, I think we'd be giving the Guinness Book of Records a call today. Ooh. Yeah, just fell a little bit short on position on the 6. Felt that she would have made the pot if had done. Left very nicely on the 7. Unfortunately, didn't make the pot. And this is a little tricky position as well. Needs to navigate above the centre pocket here.
Now it's not impossible to get to the 8. The thing is, if you leave yourself too big of an angle, you have to go back and forth to go to the 9. So if she has the angle, she could run into the 9 with top left, but I think she might have too much on that. Well, she will have to go back and forth. I don't think she can hold it nicely enough for something decent on the 9. Quite a big angle from this view.
Well, she's played that beautifully, Tim.
Well, that is going to get her on the hill first. Even though it could have been Maite to be on the hill first. So quite the back and forth this match.
Great pot. Monika Sabek of Poland takes the hill. 3-2 in this first set. And as you mentioned, Tim, some twists and turns and momentum shifting both ways. It's keeping this match interesting. Monika will get the break. We have more Little Monsters Women's International Open action following this match. We also have sneaking in today, our mixed doubles competition will be kicking off. And if you do visit the ProBilliardSeries.com website, you can find all the fixtures for the 4 events that we have going, the Little Monsters Men's, Women's and Mixed Doubles International Opens, and also the Predator Junior World event. That cue ball was tracking towards the centre pocket again, but got knocked out the way. A ball was made, and well, you couldn't get much closer to the 1 ball, but it is potable.
Yeah, she definitely has a shot, and I don't think the shape is too horrible either. She doesn't have to hold the cue ball, for example. She could do more. She has such a high percentage of getting the 2-8 or even the 2 in the other corner. Yeah, perfect.
Well, the 3's in a little bit of an untidy position there. The 6 appears to be blocking it to the top right.
Well, as long as the 2 ball stays up, would have maybe fancied to leave the 2 on the other side of the corner. But possibly with straight draw, could draw the cue ball in between the 3 and the 6. Oh, needs a favorable bump, and she's got it.
That was very classy, Tim.
Now, usually this is the moment where the pressure rises a bit, because from this position you feel like, okay, now it's wide open. I should clear this. Will we see another turn? Could stun the cue ball into the 5. Could also play with spin, going forward into the rail and out.
Yeah, she's left herself a nice angle here if she wanted to take it into the centre pocket to bounce off the short rail over across for the 6, the green 6. She just had a look at that. She has both options here. Just calls her extension. That would
I have to say, I like this side pocket, don't you?
Yeah, but it's what the player feels in this position.
Well, she's making it work. I mean, cannot disagree with the shooter, but just feel like I'm always going to be so far away from the 6. Well, we both are getting a bit older. I mean, might not be able to reach that far, you know?
That's a very good point. Oh, maybe just a little straight on this 7 than she would like to have been. But I do like the point that you made, and it's a good one for the viewers at home and certainly amateur players, is that when you do see the finish line, don't think about it. Just focus on the pot, because once the balls open up a little bit for you, you can sort of let your guard down a little bit. However, it looks like Monica here is treating us very calm, very collected. Needed a nice bounce off that long rail. It's off the rails, a little bit thinner than she would have liked, I fear, but after the way she's finished them last few off, we certainly fancy her for this 10 ball. And indeed, she's made that and won the first set by 4 racks to 2. Our players now will take a short break, and both Tim and myself will also take a short break with the players, but please do stay tuned. We will return back for the second set's action. Thank you. Well, a welcome back to our Little Monsters Women's International Open losers round 2 match here between Spain's Maite Ropero and Poland's Monika Zabek. You join us for the start of the second set. Monika Zabek won the first set 4-2. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the box for this second set, again, my good friend and colleague Tim de Ruyter. Set 2 kicking off.
Oh, and a beautiful break to kick things off. If you look at cue ball wise, nice control, nice impact. Just nothing getting close to a hole, and a nice starter for Monika to get going again.
Yeah, both of our ladies not getting the rewards from their breaks that they were hoping for. And that has given Monika an easy opener. And she'll be looking to bring the form through from the first set and keep the momentum going. Well, we saw in the last rack, she's not afraid to run in and move a few balls, looking like she's wanting to shift the 8 a little bit here. Well, a very delicate shot, leaving the 3 into the center pocket and also pushing the 8 into a tasty position. But with a good shape onto the 4 from this 3, you do feel she puts herself in a good position for this rack.
Well, there's good news and bad news. She's missed the 3 ball, but the fact that it slid in the bottom left makes sure that Maite at least has to play a safety on the 4. Not expecting her to play the bank. She could possibly slide it just by the A10, but she's already down 1 set. Maybe better to take less risk overall.
I don't think she's found cover there though, Tim. Well, Monika's called the 4 in the corner pocket. The 5 ball is back down at that end of the table, so if she is going aggressive, she's going to need to bring the cue ball back down to this top of the table, which, if the 4 stays up, will be left on. However, she's missed it, but has looked to have put that in a safe position between the 8 and the 10. Fortunate. Well, how do you like that? She called a 4 in the corner, played a 1 cushion escape, potted it, and, well, although has left the cue ball high against the rail, she won't be unhappy with that. Has a look at this 5. I've got a feeling she's going for this, Tim. Nope. And instead she's played a terrific safety.
Yeah, excellent shot, and will be not so easy to defend herself against. Probably the best thing that could happen is to go 2 rails and send the 5 ball down table, but quite often you see scratches come from the back of the 5. Well, she's going for making sure to hit the 5.
Oh.
I think the time got her there, Gath.
I think so. She pirouetted over to the break stick, got back, didn't leave herself much time. Made the jump. Good jump shot, but the cue ball careering off the table, sadly. And Maita Ribeiro with ball in hand here, reaping the reward from her safety. Couldn't have asked for more. With that 8-10 there though, Tim, is she going to be forced into having to play the combo?
Yeah, definitely. And the good news is she can stop the cue ball, have the natural angle to run off the 7 and position to where it should be a straight in. Like, as you can see, there's some room in between the 8 and the 10, and the 10 will have to be, well, you will have to cut the 10 just a slight bit. So as long as you put the cue ball straight into that line, I would say this is pretty close. Maybe not full, but from this position, now suddenly it's a high position, a high percentage position. Oh, she just barely overcut it.
Oh. And that would have been for our third combination on the 10 in this match alone. Instead, Monica's back to the table. Not really an obvious pot on here.
No, definitely I'm carrying the 10 ball in.
I think that's what she called as well, Tim.
A lot of right spin. Yeah, it was such a big ball. Wow, that must hurt. I mean, Maite missing a couple opportunities here and there. Monica is picking up the pieces.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy shot either, Tim. She'd made it look easy. You were correct. The 10 was big in that pocket, and that's very unfortunate. Swing for Maita there. She put herself in a great position to make the combination on the 10. Only missed it by millimeters, but it hung there. And Monica Zabek takes full advantage of that and the early lead in our second set. So Monica threatening to wrap this match up quite quickly, and I'm sure Maita has something to say about that. One thing I will note though, Tim, Monica not having the best of success from her breaks. And that cue ball seems to be going towards the middle pocket at times. Just bringing a bit back closer to the rail here.
One ball going down. Just barely. Has something on the 2 ball. She might even be able to go aggressive. Try to pocket the 2 in the bottom right. But what is her plan to get the shape on the 3 ball, if she does? Top right spin, maybe play the 3 in the top right. She might be playing safe.
I think she was hoping for the 2 to come off the short rail and up behind the 10. It actually caught the 10 on its way down, and the 2 has hung out somewhat for Maita here. Looking to return with a better safe, and I'm not too sure if she's got a complete ball. Maybe she has. A little bit more time for Monica to consider going airborne here.
Yeah, now interesting to see that she's taking a piece of her jump cue, usually for shorter distance. Got close though. It's a little bit of a funny position to be in, just like this 2 ball. Surely she can make the 2, but I don't really see any future on the 3 ball. Or does it go to the top right? But it's the combination on. Well, it's quite the cut as well, quite aggressive to go for it.
Yeah, and with the cluster of balls there, maybe there's a better option for a safety, but it looks like she's calling the 4 in the middle, Tim. So you used the word aggressive. This would certainly be that.
Well, let's say offensive.
Yeah, it was, and I think she played it in such a way, maybe not expecting to have made it, but she's just leaked a little edge of the 3, and from Monica's pointing of the cue, she feels that it's makeable. Was makeable, Tim, and she's brought the cue ball round off 2 rails. Lovely for the 4 into the centre. Has really opened up her pattern here. Like before, preferring to go longer to the corner pocket, and has found a beautiful gap in between the 6 and 7 for the 5, threading it through the eye of a needle. Well, took her eye off the pot there. However, has been very fortunate, and as you can see from this camera angle, Maita hasn't got a shot on the 5, so a bit of fortune going to Monica there. It looks like the 1 rail escape, and Maita's called it in the middle pocket where she's playing from.
Oh.
She needed to,
Well, these are definitely shots that, well, obviously you are trying to hit any kick shot, any jump shot, but I'm more saying if you're gonna give ball in hand on 4 or 5 balls on the table, things can go real fast. So I would definitely say that it's more important to hit the ball near the end of the rack than the beginning.
Yeah, fully agree. And Monica not needing to do too much with the cue ball here. Maybe is able to screw it off the rail next to her. Again, not needing to do too much with the cue ball.
Well, she does have a quite natural angle to run forward, top spin to the left side of the 10, so pocket the ball and double the lead.
Absolutely, and even though we saw her dashing back and forth for her break stick, Monica Zabek is a very composed individual at the table, not rushing any of her shots, and has, about to say doubled her lead, but Tim,
That was... she got me there. Woo.
I really thought I'd opened my mouth too quick, and I was just thought, how slow can I get these words out my mouth while that cue ball is still rolling? But yeah, a little heart in the mouth moment for Monica, but 2-0 in the second set after taking the first set 4-2. Very strong stuff from Monica here, Tim, and the home hopeful Maita is really going to need to start turning it up a little, you feel?
Well, I really feel like she has to. Maite has been struggling overall, and it's not like she hasn't had the opportunities. But, well, she's missed, for example, that 10 ball earlier, and it has been straight gifts too, so yeah, she definitely will have to step it up. It's on those key moments too.
Yeah. Playing in the arena under the lights on the TV table does add an extra element of pressure, along with the shot clock as well. That's certainly something that I would never be used to, and I can only imagine how that plays on the players. I'm sure some of them even have dreams about the shot clock noise. But as it is, she's made, the Spaniard has made Maita some very, very important, crucial shots, but hasn't really backed it up. Maybe the difference between the two. As Monica gets ready to break, she leads 2 racks to 0, and by 1 set to 0. Well, another familiar dry break, and as much as Maita is eager to get back to the table, she's not been left the easiest of openers, and will likely be looking to get a good safe cue ball off this one.
Well, this is not going to get safe either. Now it's long, not easy to get to the 2 ball, and the future on the 3 ball is not so ideal.
No, there's a couple of problems out there.
There's definitely the chance that Might is gonna get back to the table, so she shouldn't be too worried, but it's also the average feel you're getting. You know, it's like you get some kind of feedback from the cue, from the balls, and every time you seem to miss balls or not getting the save, not getting the hook, well, it just doesn't give you a great feeling. So now when you get your next shot, it just feels like you're struggling instead of feeling like I can take on everything I want because I'm playing well.
Yeah, and it sort of prevents your opponent from really getting into their stride as well. Looks like the 6 is hampering Monica here. Has put the blue 2 past the centre pocket. It's rested up against the rail. I'm not sure if there's a natural angle if she pots this to even disturb the 9-3. May not need to. Well, she just trickled past the 9 and the red 3. Nothing obvious on. Ooh. She looked like she had a beautiful line there, Tim, to roll up behind the purple 4, but the cue ball's just kicked out and is giving Monica a good look at the 3. It's a difficult long pot on if she chooses to take it. But the shot that Maita did play has opened up the 4-5 into at least a combination.
Yeah, but I would be already happy to get on the combination. It's a tricky shot.
Oh, where's the cue
doesn't want
ball
to
going
freeze
there?
up. Bad news.
Well, she committed full-blooded to the pot, made the pot center pocket, but that cue ball just kept running up towards the 9 and has left her in a tricky spot for a one-cushion escape here. Yeah, and just slides past the 4. So that will be ball in hand to Maita. And as you mentioned, Tim, from the layout of the balls, it did look like there was going to be an interjection of visits between the players. Maita does find herself back at the table. I'm not sure she would have expected to have had ball in hand, but has. This is a good opportunity for her here. Let's see if she can close at this opportunity.
Well, like I mentioned too, is like she's had these kind of opportunities, and every time something funny happens, she's left only a couple balls on the table for Monica to pick up the pieces. I'm not saying Monica did not play well, but being down 2-0, she really has to get out here.
Yeah, I agree. The 6 passes the 10 here. And she will not need to do too much off the 7 here for the 8 and to the 9. I mean, it looks quite elementary. Obviously, it's not out there with the pressure of the shot clock and the lights. But this is as good as opportunity she will get to get off the mark here in this second set. Just needs to make sure of the 9 here. The cue ball will naturally track out towards the center of the table. And Maita Rapero of Spain gets off her account in the second set, brings the score line back to 2-1, and we'll be looking to win this set to take it to a third. Just noticed on the camera angle we do have another match streaming, both two tables streaming every day for this 8-day event, and on the other table we have a matchup between the young Dutch lady Jolien Schuurman, and she's taking on Chinese Taipei's Wanling Wang, and it looks like Wang is 1 set up and 1 rack up in the second set, so Jolene's got a tough match there. Both stream tables being brought to you with commentary. And if you are watching and enjoying this, please do like, share and subscribe. You can get notifications for up and coming matches and also links to the Pro Billiard website, probilliardseries.com, where you can get all the fixtures, results.
Well, then again, we just have not seen any balls go in on the break, haven't we?
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Tim, and you just feel that if either of these players was to get their break working, they could run away with this somewhat. As it is, Monica will not be unhappy getting to the table with the look at the 1 ball. We saw her make a fantastic shot similar to this only in the last rack. Ooh. Well, these Predator Arc tables have very tight pockets. That one did look like at pocket speed it threatened to go in. However, it didn't, and Maita's back to the table. Needs to be quite careful here where the 2 is positioned near to the green 6. This will be interesting how she gets shape for the 3. She's looking at coming up and down the table, Tim.
Yeah, it didn't really look like she was able to get on the 3 ball. She's instantly called the bank. Now, I don't mind that kind of attitude. The only problem is I just don't really see her getting on the 4 ball. Do you?
No, not at all. And where the cue ball is, it looked forever and a day that it was going to contact into the 6 or 5, which she both avoided, but didn't make the bank as a consequence. And as it's left now, it's put Monica in a tricky position. If you can't get an object ball in the way, this is as much distance as you'll get between the 2.
Yeah, she does have a big wall of balls there, and she's played a great cue ball. Quite the trap, and also with the 3 ball laying next to the 8, we could potentially see Maite not hit the 3 ball or hit the 3 ball and nudge the 8 out, which makes the run out a lot more available.
Yeah, I don't know if our astute viewers at home caught Monica just having a real close inspection of the object ball on the cushion in her last shot, just to gauge how much gap there was and if she could avoid the double kiss. And she did it to great effect, rolling that cue ball off 2 rails up behind the 6. Very pretty shot. Difficult position for Maita here. And potted it clean as a whistle, the cue ball into the centre pocket, but didn't move the 8, Tim, so that could still be a little thorn in the player's side as this rack progresses. Or, well, Monica elect to deal with this problem straight away.
Yeah, good call. Will be interesting. Definitely. Well, I mean, I'm gonna say I definitely would not go around the 9. Some players, they're not a big fan of cutting this thin with right spin to run towards the 5. They like to run the cue ball a bit more, spread the pace over the cushions. She even chose to go around the 10. She has managed very nicely, but
Wow.
I actually feel like that was quite risky.
Yeah, certainly looked a dangerous shot. The 5 clearly passes the 6. But
no, that
fortune
means
comes for the brave.
that does mean that she is on her way to get on the double hill first. Not the toughest of layouts, maybe the 8 being a bit low for the center pocket to get to the 9. But could also play position for the 8 in the bottom right, so there's options.
Yeah, she may be forced to have to put this 8 down in the bottom right now, bearing in mind she's just come low on the 7. However, that's not a bad pocket to go for, bearing in mind she doesn't need to do much with the cue ball to get back for the 9, so wants to finish as straight as possible and has not done too bad there at all, Tim.
Yeah, definitely able to play low right to draw back for the 9 in the side. It's mainly pace. crossing the positional area a bit, so easy to get too short or too long. Rather be on this side of the ball than too short on the other side. This side of the ball is easy to run the cue ball near the bottom side of the table and come back out, or play the 9 in the corner. So there's options.
Yeah, she seems very comfortable with playing into these corner pockets and has put herself in great position for this 10. And Monika Zabek of Poland gets to the double hill situation, taking a 3-1 lead in the second set. She currently leads 1-0 as well. So the home hopeful Maita Rapero up against it. And in fairness, Monika taking better advantage of the opportunities, although both of them not having the best of success with their breaks. But you do feel whichever player progresses from this match, if they were to get their breaks working, would be strong contenders for making it through to the latter stages. And as we mentioned, the latter stages, next up on this and our other TV table will be the losers qualification matches from the Little Monsters Women's International Open. So lots more ladies action coming up, and then following that at 3 p.m. Spanish time, we will be kicking off our Little Monsters Mixed Doubles Open, and there are going to be some great interesting matches to come with that as well.
Well, then again, I am seeing a pattern happening here. I mean, it feels like it's impossible to make something on the break, and it's not like the balls aren't moving, because, well, it's not like everything is staying near the racking area. They are moving, but yeah, a little bit dull. I don't know. It's a funny thing.
I might have called a cross bank there with an element of safety in mind, and well, from our overhead you would be led to believe there could be a thin gap between the 2 and the 8, but that would be very, very tight even if it were there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, well, you might be right.
Might have been the only look she had, Tim.
Yeah, she might have told herself, as long as I'm not hitting the 2 or the 8, I'm making the 1.
Yeah. Sadly, has put herself in a bit of trouble. Oh. Well, decided to go airborne to great effect, makes the pot and does give herself a look at the 3 here. I don't think it passes to the center pocket. It's quite close to the 10.
Well, she's not going for a 3-10 combo. She is rolling up on the 10. But I was indeed thinking she is on the hill. Swing it one time.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing would surprise me with the way these girls are able to turn on their offense. But look at the defense she's played here. Locked the cue ball up against the 10, really not giving Maita any room to maneuver. But she makes the one cushion escape very well. However, has sold out that 3 ball. So Monika reaping rewards from her defense there. There is a window for the 4 into the centre pocket through the 6 and the 7. And it may have also passed the 8 into the opposite centre, but
held it perfect. Perfect speed control. Now suddenly, if you look at this, stop shot on the 5 is a stop shot on the 6. Is a stop shot on the 7, or like, what is it? Floated in, depending on the angle, of course, you get. But this should be over. And that's some bad news for one of Spain's hopes, Maite Ropero.
and as you alluded to, Tim, a couple of stop shots. And Monica finds herself looking for good shape on this 8 to really make the run out elementary.
Yeah, the only thing Maite probably could have hoped for from the early position was maybe traveling, well, maybe missing the 8 or something, traveling from 9 to 10. If you had to hope for something. Bit straight. She's going to play the straight draw. Center of the table. She is going over the short rail, so might be able to squeeze some angle out. Bit more angle, but this is it. To get to the loser qualification round. To qualify for the last 16. The loser will have to try her luck. Maite Ropero will have to try her luck in the mixed doubles event, because it is not Maite Ropero, it is Monica Zabek who survives this match in a pretty strong fashion. If you look at the scoreline, 4-2, 4-1. So that means that's it for now. Our next match will be starting in 40 minutes from now, a loser qualification match to qualify for the last 16. So hopefully we'll see you back in 40 minutes. Kathleen Davies and myself, Tim Norreiter, will be signing off for now, but we will be back in approximately 40 minutes. See you then. Beautiful shot there. Oh, wow. Stop it, please.
Well, bienvenida and welcome to all pool fans joining us from across the world for this Predator Pro Billiard Series 10-ball event hosted in this beautiful star-studded arena here at the Gandia Palace Hotel in Spain. You join us on day 2, our second match of the day of the Little Monsters Women's International Open. Losers qualification, a matchup between Christina Zlateva of Bulgaria. She takes on Bojana of Serbia. My name's Gethin Davis. I'm joined in the box with my good friend and colleague Tim de Ruyter. Welcome back, Tim.
Thanks, Kath. And yeah, another cracker of a match. We've really have been getting great matches over and over. This time between Christina Zlateva and Bojana Sarac. Two players that are still developing, in my opinion. Have been growing in the last couple of years and probably will be growing a lot more in the upcoming years, so it will be a good battle.
Yeah, I agree, and the winner of this match will progress to the last 16, so all to play for both ladies here. Looking like starting off with a safety battle between the two. Give us a good look at these two ladies. And as you mentioned, Tim, we have been blessed to a great day 1 and a great opener here on table 2. We have 2 tables streaming for you throughout the 8-day event, both with commentary. And when we come back to the table here, there is a shot here on the 1. I'm not too sure how much he can get into the cue ball here to hold for the 2, though.
Well, and also consider the fact that the 3 ball is locked up. Not too much future at all.
Well, she played it gently to hold for the 2. I'm not too sure what she sees for the 3 here. She's just taking another look. Well, Tim, she's called a 10-ball in the corner pocket, looking to play a carom off the red 3 here. Ooh, and wasn't far off making it, and
yeah,
that would have been a very early finish to our first opening rack. As it's played out, that 3 ball does not looked to have a clear path to the corner pocket. Closer inspection.
Well, she might be shooting it off the 7. There is a safety behind the 9 ball too to roll up, but it's a little bit sensitive. If you catch the ball a little bit thinner or thicker, you're probably gonna sell out. So she's going aggressive. As you can see off the 7, small outgoing line though. Oh, she's caught the 9 ball first, and not too horrible for a leave. Things could have been way worse.
Yeah, that was a very tight shot she took on there. High level of difficulty, but has left a look at the 3 here. Maybe was looking to play off the 5 into the corner pocket. Has she come up with a reward? The 6 ball is threatening to get in the way there, Tim. Well, the 5 looks in a very tricky position where it's situated.
I was just gonna say, she will have to play with pace into it. Has a couple good things that could happen. Smidge of the 5, but not that full.
Yeah, there's a very good opportunity to slide off the 5, but how far up the table she can get this cue ball, we will have to wait and see. Would have ideally liked to have missed them.
Might be just enough to not leave the 5 ball on, but this safety return could be a hook behind the 9. Cue ball 3 rails. No, chose to go behind the 6. But excellent cue ball.
Yeah, and kept the 5 ball behind the 10 as well. So got the best of both worlds there. Looks like the corner pocket's been called. 1 or 2 cushion escape. Got behind it and played the kick and stick there, Tim, to great effect, and avoided scratch, which is quite a common affair when you come up behind an object ball like that near to the short rail. And now we find the 9 is in the way of this 5.
Yeah, definitely both have had their chances so far in this rack, but now things very scrappy for quite a couple shots. Usually does not benefit the average level of play, just because the players can get a little bit tense right from the start. Especially if now suddenly the cue ball is hampered by the 10, like these kind of funny positions. That's where the players sometimes start to struggle from the beginning.
Yeah, and Christina looking to probably attack this 5 ball even with the difficulty of queuing over the 10. Had to play it gently and made the pot very nicely, bumping into the 9. And that was a very useful opening shot. You could say that 5 was probably the difficult shot in this run out. And this will be a nice way for the Bulgarian to just open her stroke and get into this first rack. Just for new viewers, this is a race to 4 per set, best of 3 sets. Winner breaks, so always nice to get the first rack under your belt.
Top right spin. Doesn't have to play maximum spin. Just gonna make sure center of the table was already going to be fine. Stay away from the rail.
Yeah, both players under a 30-second shot clock, just calling her extension. Give herself a little bit extra time over this 10. It's not straightforward. But does make it very nicely, Tim, and takes the first rack in this race to 4 of the first set. Christina Zlateva of Bulgaria. As we just take a look onto our other stream table, a matchup between China's Shashaliu, and she's taking on the Argentinian Soledad Ayala. And again, another great lineup. All these matches you can watch back at your heart's content on the Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. And if you want to keep updated with these lineups for the Little Monsters Women's International Open, and also coming up today, the Mixed Doubles International Open, then please do visit the ProBilliardSeries.com website, where you'll get live scoring, you'll get match stats, and also fixtures for the coming days. We're on day 2 of this 8-day event. Lots of pool to come. More importantly, coming up right now, Christina Zlateva to break, leading by 1 rack to 0 in the first set.
Well, let's see. Breaking from the side rail. Trying to squeeze in the 1 ball on the side. Does make the 2 ball a little bit of a unusual suspect, but no future.
Yeah, the 2 got a very interesting kick back down the rail into the corner pocket. It will see Christina come back to the table, but with no luck at the 1 ball, she has the option here to push. In doing so, she can hit the cue ball wherever she likes, pot whatever she likes, except the 10, which will be respotted. And then her opponent has the option to play the shot where it is left, or to give it back to Christina. And well, she's played a delicate push on the 4 here. I certainly expect Bojana to take this opportunity now to at least play a good safety, but she just looked at the potting angle, Tim. There's a good chance of running safe behind this cluster of 4 if she doesn't make it.
Yeah, will she be running into the 3 ball if she makes it? Like what?
Ooh.
No, into the 5. Like I was not very sure what her plan was on the 3 ball, but definitely a nice roll up coming up here in between the 8 and the 7.
I was just wondering if she actually took the combination on there on the 8 ball, because she seemed to hit that a bit harder than you would have thought if she was looking to play a guaranteed safety. That 3 ball was certainly travelling back out and has travelled back out. Whether it passes the 10 remains to be seen, but as you and I were both blessed to in the first match of day 2, players have been having a good look at the combinations on the 10 to close out the rack early. Well, Tim, I nearly just swallowed my tongue. As I mentioned that, Christina Zlateva caromed off the object ball and has potted the 10 to take a quick 2-0 lead here in the Gandia Palace Hotel. It's about an hour south of Valencia on the Mediterranean coast in Spain. It's daylight outside, but in here it's star-studded. And, well, I didn't expect that, Tim. Did you?
Well, yeah, I was really not seeing that coming at all. I mean, we both are a little bit flabbergasted by it, I can hear. But yeah, that's also, I think it's the beauty of this format, that there is a little bit more creativity within this format compared to the WPA format, of course. The 10 ball spots back up, 10 ball has to be the last shot on the table. I'm just not sure. Well, everybody's got a different look on it, but I like the creative side of pool. So all the caroms, bank shots, combinations, like I think it's a great value to the game.
Yeah, I have to agree. And as I agree with you, Christina has made a ball off the break. It actually gets respotted. Was that getting in the way of her look at the 1 here? Well, there's a very good option for a safe if she can put the 1 ball somewhere up behind the cluster of the 9-8. The cue ball should come back into a nice position. And this will keep the pressure on the Serbian. Oh, lovely touch. She's made some great safety so far. And dare I say,
excellent
Tim,
speed control.
I was going to say that this is a tough shot to get out of, and especially more so with the rest. Wow.
Oh, this looks nice. Wow. She's left the 1 in the open though. The run out is available, but definitely has made a great hit.
Yeah, as soon as the cue ball came off the second rail, it looked forever and a day to be contacting with the 1, and then it was down to pace and how the outcome would sit. Christina has a relatively simple 1 ball here. Not a straightforward clearance, and neither a straightforward path to the 2. Yeah, having to play it very gently, not to move the cue ball too much, to leave this long 2 on, and actually fell on the right side of this, so she can move the cue ball as she's looking there to pick off that gap. So Christina playing very tight pool at the moment.
Well, she has worked quite a bit on her cueing in the last couple of years. I think that's where she's made a huge leap. If you compare her to the other players, I think before she was a solid European player. Now she's, I'm not even sure what she's ranked in the WPBA, but I'm quite sure she will be top 10. Because her cueing got very solid. Put some time into snooker, for example.
Yeah, and seems to not only cue great, but have a good sense of cue ball position as well, which makes her patterns that bit more secure. And it's that sort of consistency that keeps you in such high ranking. Now, 7-8, Tim. If we were to have a little look forward, you think it doesn't look like you're going to be able to pot the 8 ball in the top right corner, which you would feel would be the natural pocket. And the 9 is hampering it for the opposite corner, the other corner up in the top of the table. Oh,
well, I'm not a big fan of opening up the 8 and the 9 from this position, as you're pushing the 8 or the 9 towards the 7. So you will have to leave yourself just by it, just like that, plenty of angle, and then now to play twice the long rail for the 8 in the side, or you're trying to run into the 8 from this position. So in between the 8 and the 9 might be ideal, actually. No, this tells us it must go.
Yeah, that camera angle did help reveal a bit more of the 8 ball. I do feel this is going to need a close inspection from our referee for proceedings. But the 9 ball looks like it will track towards the centre pocket after contact, so just like that, Tim.
Well, she is off to a flying start. This would be a really strong run out. If you imagine, she's played a great save on the 1. That was not an easy safety by any means, but she glued the cue ball to the 10. Bojana made a great hit, left her a shot, and then this 10 to get on the hill first.
Absolutely, Tim. And Christina Zlateva is really keeping Bojana in her chair and has taken a 3-0 lead in this race to 4, so on the hill. And, well, she has been putting her opponent in a lot of trouble. Her safety play really has been rewarded. What do you think the Serbian needs to do to get back into this? I'm struggling to see where there's a chink in the armour at the moment.
Well, it's races to 4. They have played 3 racks. One of them was a carom into the 10. Like, how much do you want to analyze yourself within? I mean, obviously, when you have made big mistakes, you instantly will know. But from this point, I will tell myself, you know, stay patient. You are gonna get the opportunity, maybe in this set still, to try and turn things around. And otherwise, you will have to hang in there for the next set. I mean, that's the only thing you can do.
Well, wise words, Tim. And as you said that, Christina's made a couple off the break, but has pushed the 2 ball right up onto the top headstring, onto the top cushion there. And while she's called it in the corner, there is a good chance that the cue ball will track down here into a safe position. But if she pots it, there's also a good chance she'll put herself safe on the 3. So
well, this is a bit like the opportunity I just mentioned. This is like, I mean, sure, the 3 ball is tough, like you mentioned, but she might even land on a 3-10 combination, or indeed a great safety.
Yeah,
I mean,
as you were alluding,
I'd rather call it before it happens.
Well, as you were thinking about it, Bojana took a step around and looked at the combination for the 310. So as you can see, her position of the cue ball there was maybe looking for that as her option. She did miss the 2, but the 7 looks like it's come in the way a little. Right-handed jump shot, Tim.
Well, she has spent some time practicing, well, her other side. I'm not actually too sure what it's called, but not many players are capable to switching sides.
Well, I've seen a few players. I was about to say, I've seen a few players, and we call it ambidextrous, play with their more weaker side. But I don't think I've seen too many people jump with their weaker side. That was a first for me there, Tim.
Well, I'm glad you educated me on that, because I completely forgot that word. Now, this is another opportunity. She's missed the 2 ball before. Now I'm quite sure she is going to make this too, but what's the plan? Left spin, checking the cue ball back for a 310. She's landed in between.
Well, 3-8, but where would the 3 ball go, even if she were successful? Ooh, 10 ball. I heard that. Everyone at home heard that.
Well, the carom. Another carom. Yeah, there it is. Nice shot.
Now that was not only a great shot, but that was a shot across the bow to her Bulgarian opponent there. Both players now getting reward from an early carom on the 10 ball. I have to say, I didn't see that one coming until she called it. I was more looking at the 8 combination. And Bojana Sarak has brought the scoreline to 3-1 in this first set. Are we to see some more fireworks as we just look back out across the other TV table? The lineup between Xia Liu of China and Soledad Ayala of Argentina. Both matches losers qualification, and the winner of these matches will be into the last 16, which also takes place for our last matches of play today. That will be at 7:30 local time here in Spain. And next up here, after these matches, we are going to open up the mixed doubles event. And be under no illusion, that is going to be one to not miss. But bringing it back to the table here, Christina Zlateva in her chair watching, but she does enjoy a 3-1 lead in this first set on the hill. But she will watch now her opponent, Bojana Sarak of Serbia, get her chance to now push on from her last rack success. Christina comes to the table with the thinnest of cuts on this 1 ball into the middle pocket. The 2 ball is somewhat hiding behind the 3 if the cue ball were to be down this end of the table. So if she takes this on, she's going to be moving the cue ball and threatening contacting the 10. Maybe just a bit of confusion over the timer. I think she heard the clock on the other TV table and just got a bit confused.
I have a feeling, yeah, that she heard the beep on the other table and then called her extension, even though probably she did not even need her extension on this. Well, she managed to miss the 10 ball.
And
no man's land with the cue ball.
Yeah. Can she slide off this blue 2 and maybe use the 10 ball for cover on the cue ball? It's a delicate shot. But yet again, Tim, Christina's safety play has been on top form for this match, and that's really kept Bojana in a tough spot. She's calling the 2 ball in the corner pocket and is going airborne.
What is she giving up? Might be one. We will see Christina taking on. She could play high left, thinning the ball real thin, and the left spin is going to press the 2 ball more to the corner, but she doesn't like it.
No, as you could see from the overhead there, Tim, that cue ball was very tight to the blue 2. Has the 5 blocked the path here for Bojana?
Well, if it has not, then just look at what she has to do to get to the 3 ball, 2 rails forward. And then the 4 is another problem too, so... Missed the 2, and does it leak out? Well, enough to play a safety, right? 2 rails above the 9.
Yeah, it's leaked out an edge. Looking to get up behind that 9 ball, and she has. Again, continuing her prowess of safety play, forcing Bojana to go airborne again.
Ooh.
Oh, that
wow,
might
and
not
she's
be bad
found
at
the
all,
hook. Yeah, reminds me a little bit of the first strike we've seen, where things just got very scrappy. Not because of their effort, more just how the balls have been going. If that 2 ball stays over the corner with, well, the cue ball out a little bit, we will see one of them 2 definitely trying to run out, but a lot of saves, a little bit of a cluster. Now this is difficult to hit too. She's going for a masse, Florian Köhler style, around the 3 ball. Now I was gonna say it looked a little flat, really had to elevate the cue more.
Yeah, that one certainly needed more venom to get the masse. But ball in hand
then again,
here for Bojana. Sorry.
It's easier said than done to feel how much curve you need for the ball, right? To elevate enough. I did not want to sound like it was an easy shot by any means.
No, needed to be elevating more like a jump shot and really coming down on it. Again, very tough where the cue ball was in the corner pocket jaws. Again, has to navigate this 4 somehow. And that's not going to do it, I'm afraid. Well, she played the 1 cushion escape. I think she called a 6 in the middle. I couldn't really pick that up. But what has happened is that the 4 has stayed down at the end of the table with the cue ball in a very nice position for Christina. So maybe we've come to the end of the back and forth for now. But I think Christina's just brought that 8 ball into her cue here, queuing action. And that's going to increase the level of difficulty for the shot, including shape on the 6, Tim.
Yeah, I would say just to pocket the ball, that's not the biggest problem, but the shape makes the shot maybe twice as hard. Like I mentioned, she is cueing those nicely, like she stays still. She's really playing a nice follow through on those 2, like it's not very jabby at all. 2 rails to the center of the table. She might be able to close out the first set. That was probably the only shot that could stop her from winning the set. If you look at the shape on the 7.
Yeah, and I think she followed your lead there and just made sure of the pot before, which was the right thing to do. And I actually fully expected her to pot that one. So, small reprieve for Bojana. And this will bring her into 1 rack. So a good opportunity here for her to ensure that this first set isn't done by any means.
Oh. She missed the 7 ball thick. I was just gonna say, remember when she was down 3-0 and you asked like, what would be your advice? And I said, the only thing you can do, she hasn't really made any mistakes up to 3-0 down. The only thing you can do is stay calm, be patient, and then be on top of your game when the opportunities come, if they come. And then she's missed that 7 ball.
Yeah. Got her opportunity and really felt like it was a good time for her to make that move. Christina is going to have to dig into the cue ball here against the long rail. Hasn't finished. Oh, has she finished straight? Well, a little look away would suggest that she's certainly straighter than she wanted to be, and from the great overhead view, that also looks to be the way, so maybe forced into taking a longer 10 than she'd hoped. Did well, forced it round the angles with a good heavy dose of topspin.
Yeah, a bit longer on the 10 ball though. You could see her bridge hand, she was doubting it a bit, where to put it. But this is it.
Indeed, this is it, and that was Christina Zlateva closing out the first set of this race to 2, or best of 3, by 4 racks to 1. Certainly having the better of the safety play, There was a small threat there that Bojana was going to fight back, but snuffed out. And we will also take a break as the players take a break now. But we will be back straight away for the second set action. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this Little Monsters Women's International Open Losers Qualification match. You join us for the second set of this matchup between Christina Zlateva of Bulgaria. She takes on Bojana Sarac of Serbia. Christina Zlateva won the first set 4-1. My name's Gethin Davis. And joining me for the second set and returning, Tim de Ruyter.
Oh, let's see what this set has in store for us. 10 ball dropping on the break. We'll be spotting back up. Does have a shot on the 1 ball though. Not the most easy shot to get the shape on the 2. Some traveling needed, but should already be happy. How often do we see them being hooked after making a ball on the break?
Yeah, absolutely. She got a really good spread of the balls here as well, Tim. And navigated across the 2 long rails very nicely.
Yeah, maybe a drip. Too firm. If you look at the angle she's got is slightly running towards the 7. Maybe not the way she would like to go. Can she still go around the 5 ball, top right spin? A lot is depending on how it's laying. Like it's like maybe a 1/10 of a ball left or right makes a huge difference. She had to put herself long again. This time on the 3 ball.
Yeah, she was able to thread it through the gap there and bring it back out far enough for a good look at this 3. And this could be the key shot here.
Oh. That might be just enough.
Yeah.
Or it might be horrendous. But based on her body language, I would say it was just okay.
Correct him. She was okay, and finishing that flat on the 4 allowed her to hold the cue ball here for the 5. Doesn't need to do too much here to get shape on the 6 along the short rail.
Yeah, the angles coming along in general. As you can see, she is trying to put herself on the correct side of the ball, making things a lot easier for herself. A little bit firmer than she would have liked, but then again, she still has some angle on the 7 ball to pop out of the long rail.
You were saying, Tim, and not to put the commentator's curse on it, but we don't very often see players in this match after the break having a good look at the next ball. This time Christina has, and she's managed to muscle her way into a clearance position here. Maybe didn't come across this 8 as far as she would have wanted to. The cue ball's going to be tracking away from the 9 now.
Well, there's 2 options. Probably the option most of the players will choose is to leave the bank on the 9 ball. The other option was to play low left, big stroke shot. That's what she's played, but a miss on the 8. And a chance early on this time for Bojana to set the tone in the second set. Really has to change things around after the first set.
Just reaching a little bit adds to the difficulty.
Yeah, and also the top right, if you're arriving with this angle coming in, really difficult to get the speed right to land straight on the 10. That's why she's left herself quite the cut. This is one that we practice very often. Money ball. A little thick, but she does take the opening rack. Actually, Slateva maneuvering the cue ball around nicely, just to, well, fall a little straighter on the 7 and then the wrong angle on the 8. But Bojana keeping her composure, getting the job done. Like I said, she'll have to turn things around. It's not like she's played horrible. She's missed, what is it really, like 2 opportunities near the end of the set in the first one. Also, Christina has played strong in the first set. She really ran to a 3-0 lead with some strong play. So momentum can take a couple of games when the quality of play is that high.
Absolutely agree. And talking of high quality play, you can just see our other TV table in the background there. Matchup between Xia Liu of China. She's taking on the Argentinian Soledad Ayala. I just noticed that they had started their second set. I was just checking out. Looks like the Argentinian took the first set. She leads 1-0, and they're kicking their second set off as we look in the background there. And here we come back to the Serbian. Bojana leading 1-0 in the second set. Well, she's made a ball off the break, Tim, and has a good look at the one. It would be a very thin cut if she were to try and take this on. But good signs, early signs in this second set. Can she catch this thin enough to keep the one ball alongside the long rail near the 2? And bring the cue ball back around.
Running the cue ball 3 rails. Gotta watch the 10.
Oh.
And I think she might have landed behind the 10 ball.
Well, she did give it a good bump, Tim, but maybe not a bump far enough. But a brave shot to take on. That was a thin cut on the one ball.
Oh, again, caught it thick. She's played similar shot earlier, safety shot, where the overcut was, well, definitely preferred. She caught that one thick too, so a little bit surprised once again. Still not like she's leaving a gimme on the table, but obviously would have been nice to get a hook behind the 9 ball.
Yeah, and as Bojana well knows, Slateva has been putting in some very strong safeties, and here again, Tim, she's played this at perfect pace to cover it with the 9 ball. Now, it looks like Bojana's going to come cushion first, bit of a kick and stick, and has also called the 2 in the top right pocket. The short rail didn't pick up the side in the way she expected, and she missed the 2 ball. Gives ball in hand to Christina, and well, the 5 may be hampered by the 6. So Christina may be going for an early combination on the 10, and I don't know, there must be something about this table too, Tim.
Well, the 5 might not go by the 6, but that is something that she could solve. But if you look at the cue ball, I think she's also trying just to keep on the heat.
Yeah, she played that as a 2-way shot. Very, very clever pull. Calling the 10 for the combination, but with the ball in hand, she was able to put the cue ball in a position where she could also increase the chances of freezing that cue ball up behind the 6. And although she didn't make the 10, she's frozen that cue ball. And that was a very difficult escape. We did see Bojana make a great escape with the rest in an earlier rack. So she does know her angles and how to get out of them difficult positions, but Christina getting rewarded.
Well, she's going to roll up on the 9, putting the 2 ball next to the 5, trying to develop something. See, it will be difficult to hit. I think Bojana might be able to still kick past the side 1 rail. She's even going bridging over the 9 off the short rail. That's what she alluded to from the beginning, but honestly, it's so often where you put a little bit of left or right spin on the ball and you don't even get any closer over the short rail. She's spinning into this, kicking in front of the side pocket with right spin, or past the side playing ball. I'm not sure how far she can get. She can get past the side, just gotta watch the 8. Yeah, good hit. Has left the opportunity though, but she's made a solid hit there.
Yeah, and there was a small scent of a 3 foul attempt coming up from Christina there, so in getting out of that position, Bojana's also snuffed out that possibility. Ooh. Christina just wanted to roll the 2 past the 10 there, and again, as you mentioned, keeping the pressure on Bojana, but she hasn't blocked this 2 ball this time. Well, kept good distance between the 2, hasn't covered the blue 2. But the cue ball, as I said, a lot of distance between the 2 and resting up against the long rail. Maybe playing the 2 ball up and down the table here wouldn't be a bad play. Like that.
Ooh.
Needed it to travel.
Well, the good news for Christina is the fact that the 10 and the 6 now are locked up. Sure, the 5 ball's next to it, so there is an opportunity to develop it, but brings a little bit of insurance.
Well, she played that very nicely through the gap. Blind pocket, and if she's to continue, something has to be done with that 6-10 cluster there. Well, this does give her the option, but I've seen the cue ball cannon into corner pockets playing this shot, so she needs to be very careful. Came off the other side of the cluster, and that 6-ball has frozen to the short rail, Tim, and I don't think that that will at all be cuttable from our overhead angle. Maybe looking to put the cue ball behind the 10 here.
Oh, it's looking good. How's the pace?
Oh, very nice.
Well,
Yeah.
the only problem I see though, she does have the cover, so at least she's played a good line. But it would have been so nice to freeze up on the 10 to take away this kick shot over the bottom short rail. This way, it's more of a trap. Now it's still a little bit open. You're giving your opponent the opportunity to get a little bit lucky, a little bit fortunate. She's missed the whole 6-ball. And the opportunities are coming along for Sarach. Cue ball a little closer to the rail. Has to make sure to stay away from the 9. Most likely to land near the center of the table, but that would be too much angle on the 8. But she has played it very nice. If you look at how close she was to the 9. And how much of a stroke she had to put on with the perfect pace to get to this side of the 8. She's done a good job. Now is she playing the cue ball back? No, she has played it to where the 10 is laying a little bit awkward for her bridge arm. Difficult to place. Your hand or your bridge arm has to go around the 10 or above, which can turn up the heat a bit. A little bit more tension on the body.
Well, she stayed solid as a rock there, Tim. And Bojana Sarach has taken a 2-0 advantage in the second set and is starting to ask a few questions from her opponent. And this is exactly the start she wanted after the break in between the 2 sets. So we just take a look over at the other table there, a matchup between Xia Liu of China and the Argentinian Ayala Soledad. But we're back to the action here, and it's really warming up nicely, Tim. This has got to be a good confidence boost for Bojana. And she has the break.
Yeah, probably most of the people were expecting this to be a run over. Christina Slatovic ranked higher than Sarac, but especially with this format and the fact that we have seen, for example, Bojana already in the final of one of the Pro Billiard Series events in Austria a couple of years ago. So she does have a very high gear and she seems to be playing well. She's capable of beating everybody. It's just not that consistent yet if you look in her overall ranking. So this could easily go to a deciding set.
Well, this time we have a dry break. And Zlateva has a look at the one. Will probably play safe. Oh, it's called the bank on the one into the top left corner as you were looking at the table now. Coming down for maybe a 2-10 combination if she were to make it.
Yeah, surprised actually that she's missed the one ball long instead of missing it on the long rail and getting the safety. She's missed it too wide. Also returning the favor that if Bojana can make this and get anywhere on the left side of the table, even a look on the 2-ball can give her something with the 10. 10-ball definitely one of the pressure points in this rack, and she's just hung the one.
Oh, I couldn't help but think that the clock reaching 5-4-3 was playing on her mind as well. That one has hung up in the corner pocket. Ooh. Took a big chunk of the 8 there, which stopped the cue ball from rolling down to a natural position where she could have had a serious consideration of the 2-10 combination. But as we've seen before earlier in this match, both players not afraid to carom off balls to take on this 10. It looks like she's playing the 2 onto the 10 this time, Tim. That's a bit risky.
Yeah, the 10 is a little bit out. So I do like a bit of insurance. At least bank the 2-ball over to where she is now. Try to get the 5-6-9 in between. That's what she's done, but that's also why she's missed the 10.
But she did get the insurance. And that leaves Bojana in a tough position. I don't believe the one rail escape is on. Oh, it's tight. Oh, good football contact, and that 2-ball has tracked very nicely down the center of the table. So great escape for the Serbian there.
Same shot like she's played before. Does she get the cover? Because any shot she leaves on this 2-ball, drop the 2 in, you might have a chance to make the 3-10. One thing that's very interesting is she went to run for her break and jump with her playing cue, but she instantly put her playing cue on the floor. So why did she bring it? Oh, that was a good try. Look at the shape too.
Oh yeah. perfect on the 3. And more importantly now that Christina gets back to the table, put her in a very difficult spot as well. Full ball snooker. Is Christina jumping over the 9 and 6?
Yeah, I don't really think the 6 increases the difficulty for the jump. Oh, she's gonna catch a little bit of a roll. Or at least I'm not expecting her to go for this super thin contact, as you risk the cue ball to hop off the table. So I don't think she really played this shot, but she definitely was trying to cut it. So it's okay. Probably will have to play the cue ball all the way up to the 10.
Well, it's tracking down towards the 10.
I have to say, quite aggressive actually to go for that. Sure, it came with the element of safety.
Well, Christina's left with a trickier shot into the corner pocket here, but the cue ball will be coming back up towards, if not into the 3. Well, I do not see a gap past the 10 into the corner pocket, Tim. Dare I say, we are looking at just glancing off the 3 and looking to pop the 10 ball with the cue ball. There is an element of safety with that as well, but no.
Yeah, she tried to bank the 3 ball off the rail to cut the 10 in.
Actually didn't mind.
Surprised.
Sorry.
Well, I was only going to add, a bit surprised. She's down 2-0. Surprised that she's going so offensively on the 10 a couple times.
Yeah, both players have taken a shine to getting aggressive on the 10 ball. And that's a lovely shot to avoid the middle bag and come back across for the 5. She just overcut that, Tim, and I felt that that was because of how she wanted to finish on the 6, and what has happened is she's bumped into the 6 and left the 5 in a precarious spot down in the bottom left side of the table here. Don't think the 6 passes the 7. No. So, as you can tell from the body language of the Bulgarian, it doesn't. She's having a look at the 6-10 combination now as well. The shot clock might have something to say about her decision making here.
And the cue ball down the drain.
Yeah, I didn't want to curse it by even suggesting that the in-off was there. But clearly it was. And, well, ball in hand. Bojana Sanac could get to the hill here. And what a reply that will be to the first set. He gave a great bit of advice just before the break with regards to recommended that the Serbian just waits for her chances and takes them when she gets them, and the composure she's held during these past 3 racks has been fantastic. Does have a little bit of angle on the 9 here, Tim. May have to give this cue ball a little bit more oomph.
Well, could also... I was gonna say, is she not able to kill the cue ball enough to be straight-ish on the 10 to the top right? This is a bit in between. I might still shoot this to the top right as it slides quite a bit still. Bigger pocket to the top right, but she's going top left. But she does make it, and she does get on the hill in this second set. As you mentioned, a very steady reply to Zlateva. And a little bit surprising too. I like I mentioned, I'm a bit surprised with how offensive Zlateva is playing. I think if she plays a bit more defense, a little bit more patience, she might have had a good chance to win this in 2 sets. But she was really chasing the 10 a couple times in this rack.
Yeah, agreed. And, well, Christina may have thought it was all going her way, and then when they finished the first set, went off for their break, probably with a different mindset. However, now she's staring down the barrel of a 3-0 deficit with Bojana on the hill, and more importantly, she gets the break. So every chance now for Bojana to take us through to a 3rd set. She does trail by 1 set to 0, but she leads this set by 3 racks to 0. Oh, it's gone dry again, Tim. The 1 ball is not finished in a very nice position at all.
Well, the first thing I was wondering is, does the 1 ball go off the 7 in the side? Is there enough space between the 7 and the first side pocket point, the knuckle, to squeeze in the 1? And then the next problem is, you have to bring the 7 ball out enough to not block the 2 ball. So there's some issues to this shot. Could also play thin and bring the cue ball underneath the 10-6. I think that's what she has been looking for.
Well, there was a good chance she would have got cover with the 10 ball there. But as it was, the pace was just that it's got the cue ball very close to the short rail, which makes cueing a little bit more difficult. Well, what was a difficult shot, she nearly made it, and the cue ball, the 1 ball looks like it's just rolled up against the 9 here, blocking the pot. So Christina not getting an easy opener either. I think I overheard her calling the 9 into the middle. So glancing off the 1 ball. And made it. Great improvising there.
Well, the only thing I'm wondering if I look at this layout is if the 5 does go to the bottom right. Only has to cross over from the 3 to the 4. If she has to go from the 4 to the 5 in the bottom left, that's where a thing could go wrong. As you can see from this perfect angle, the 5 does go to the bottom right, so it makes things easier on the 4.
Yeah, it does, and as Bojana is on the hill, this is a must-win for Zlateva if she wants to have any hope of preventing this match going to a 3rd set. So you feel this is the time she needs to take this opportunity. The balls are in the open somewhat. Just while we watch her take on this 4, I just wanted to let you know that after this group of matches, we will be bringing to you the opener for our Mixed Doubles Open, the Little Monster Mixed Doubles Open. And the lineup has already been announced for the TV tables. And on this table here, we will have Zlateva with Exposito taking on Liu and Zhishishin. And I'm sure I've said that slightly wrong, but that's going to be a fantastic match coming up as well. So please stay peeled after these matches. And they will start at 3 o'clock local Spanish time here at the Gandia Palace Hotel. And I said, Tim, that she needed to make her move, and she seems to be doing that.
Well, she's definitely in a good position here to make a mark in this 2nd set. One that she desperately needs. But she has landed apparently a little straighter. Is looking to leave herself the bare minimum. But possibly will have to run the cue ball more from the 7 to the 8. Cue ball on the rail as well. I mean, it should be fine, but how often do we see the cue ball too short or too long running these 2 rails?
Yeah, I had to bring the cue ball quite close to this long rail to keep shape on the 7.
Oh, it's a little short. Also, I really would have liked to be on the other side, because from this right side of the 8, the bump on the 10 comes into play a little bit, but still it's there. And if you would land on the left side of the 8, you would never be able to run into the 10. And she's missed the 8. Can you believe it? She's missed that 8 ball. Like I said, it was an awkward stroke trying to stun the cue ball away from the 10.
Yeah, she did threaten to cover it with the 10 ball, but that 8's leaked out. There is an edge here for Bojana.
Gotta watch the cue ball. Oh.
Well, the cue ball has gone over far enough to leave a good look of this 8. Christina checking out the kick and stick. But that cue ball is really locked in the jaws up there, Tim. And again, a little bit too much on the 8 there. Maybe a similar shot to the one that Bojana just played before.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to watch the cue ball on this one. Doesn't want to repeat what she's played earlier, but the 8, yeah, I was gonna say the 8 too low. She was always going to leave the cut. She really hit that too thin.
You'd have to think after the last shot she played as well that she was fully aware of that threat too. Ball in hand to Christina with 2 balls left on the table. There we have it, Tim. Christina Zlateva will not let this second set be done as of yet. She gets off her account, trails by 3 racks to 1, so Bojana's still in the comfortable position of being on the hill. But the break will now come back to Christina. And, well, every opportunity for the momentum to shift.
Yeah, that is a very good call. I mean, it's only a race to 4. And, well, momentum could last 3-4 racks. I mean, that's usually how we see also in other events. We don't really see like big stretches where people win like 6, 7, 8 racks in a row. But definitely this 3-1 scoreline could definitely turn around into a 4-3. So put on your seatbelts. You're going nowhere.
Absolutely. I'm sure Bojana will be keen to get through this second set and get her account off in the third. But Christina, with a safety play, has always seemed to have the edge, certainly for the first set. The breaks, on the other hand, for both players, not going their way. So there's certainly room in this match for someone to take the lead in that department. Well, she made 2 balls off the break there, Tim, but also she's made the cue ball. Oh, sorry, that was the second ball. Excuse me. So,
well,
a mistake.
Technically you were right, so it's okay. Now, what is she? It's already difficult to get to the 2 ball. I'm not sure what she's playing. Is she trying to play in between the 4 and the 7? Yeah. Okay. I was worried about nothing, apparently.
Well, she did look quite casual in positioning the cue ball so close. But yeah, spotted the gap, found the gap, just off straight, so cannot screw directly back for the 3. Maybe needs to muscle it a bit, or can she screw it back through the gap of the 4 and 6?
No, she chose to go forward. The problem with going forward is most of the time you're going to leave yourself straight. And getting straight really limits your options. Now she will have to... I think she was looking at stopping the cue ball and playing the 4 in the bottom right, which is not easy at all. I would probably be looking to draw back and play the 4 in the center. But you need the precision draw.
Yep, she's finished very straight on the 4, which means she can just roll through here for the 5. And this pattern so far going the way she's wanted it to go. Good stuff, good reply to Christina's last rack. As you can see from this camera angle, that 7 will not go into this corner pocket due to the 8. I'm not sure if that will be a factor. She closes out. It does go into the left centre. So good shape on this 6 ball, a must. Doing very well finding the gaps here.
Well, this is a bit of a funny position though. Slightly off angle on the 6 to the corner. If you're trying to get as straight as possible on the 7, the 9 or the 10 interfere. And definitely cutting to the side is no option. That brings you further away from the side pocket. As you can see, the 7 only does go to the left center. Or is she playing for the right center? But needs the perfect pace. Well, talking about perfect pace, look at this.
Fantastic
Absolutely
shot.
ginned it.
Yeah, this is strong stuff, and it's... We were talking about next gear. It really looks like Bojana's putting herself into a higher gear here. Needs to bring the cue ball back to the same position, I feel.
Yeah, won't be able to do much more actually.
I have to say, Tim, absolutely solid stuff in this second set from the Serbian Bojana Sarac as she stares down this 10 ball. And takes the second set here in this best of 3 sets by 4 racks to 1, completely replying to Christina Zlateva's 4-1 first set, which takes us to her third and final. An absolute thriller, and the players are just taking a break before we get underway with our third set. Myself and Tim de Ruyter, we will take a quick break with the players, and we shall be back with you for the start of the third set. Please don't go anywhere. Well, a welcome back, viewers, to the Little Monsters Women's International Open. You join us back for the third and deciding set in this tight-fought contest between Bulgarian Christina Zlateva and the Serbian Bojana Sarac. And my name is Gethin Davis. I'm joined by Tim de Ruyter. We're bringing the action back to you in this losers qualification match. Winner gets through to the last 16. Welcome back, Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, and in the meantime, we had a little bit of a look at table 1, where Shasha Liu is also digging very deep to still make it through to the last 16. She's currently in a deciding set against Ayala Soledad from Argentina. So another great match. 2 great matches going on at the same time, and both are in a deciding set fashion. And we start off with a dry break.
Yeah, both girls struggling with the break somewhat. I believe Christina has had one successful break and run. I think it was the first time she had a good view on the one ball after the break as well. But also, to add to the mix, both players reaping rewards from calling early combinations on the 10, so still a lot of twists and turns left in this match. Both players looking to get off to an early start here in the third set. Christina making short work of the 1. But there appears to be a problem out there from my first reaction, Tim, with the 7-8. No sooner said than yeah. No sooner said than done. She's looked to open up that cluster, or rather problem, and has put the 7 in the way of the red 3, forcing her to play safe. But again, Tim, I have to say, in the balance of play, Zlateva's safety play has been top-notch. Didn't get to see much of it in the second set, though, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and that's also what I mentioned before, the fact that she played maybe a little bit more offense because she won the first set might have hurt her in the second set a lot, because all these kind of safety shots she has done very nicely. So if she can just stick with this strategy all through the tournament, I don't think she's gonna be losing many sets.
No, absolutely, and it really force your opponent in having to break and hold your break. And as we've seen so far, and we're only in day 2, the break and runs aren't coming as much as the players would like, but that does provide us with much more entertaining play, and certainly more to think about in the commentating box, as Zlateva is thinking carefully about what she does off this red 3 ball.
She is going to try and, I was going to say try and roll up on the 4 ball. She really tried to bring the cue ball down table. I think she might have lost the plot a little bit. Like, she looks to be struggling a bit more. And obviously there's going to be more nerves. Both players are going to realize that it's either win this set or wait for the next tournament to start.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
I have to admit, I'm pretty sure that Bojana could hear you there, because I have to agree, this is crunch time now, and if there were any nerves within the players, this is the time for them to show. And maybe we've just seen some early jitters. Maybe it's best both players get it out the way now. That's not ideal for Christina there. looking at bringing the cue ball behind the 9, perhaps.
Played it with a bit of insurance, but that's already a couple unforced errors by both, actually, within a couple shots. So can definitely feel things tightening up and the nerves rising to the occasion.
Well, she got the double kiss there on the 4 ball, and that looked like it was going to throw the cue ball up behind the 7. It hasn't, it's travelled past. And this is a good look for Christina here. The 9 ball will be moving.
Yeah, possibly just been watching how to bump the 9 instead of the right contact point of the object ball.
Yeah, that's something which I personally fall short of very often. It's very easy to focus on what the ball that you will cannon into is going to do, and you can take your eye off the pot sometimes. And as you alluded to earlier, this was a bit of the story of the second set for Bojana. She waited for her opportunities and took advantage of them, and this is one of them occasions. Keeping her position tight. Taking a good look at the shape she wants on the 7. She needs to come back across for the 8 that's glued to the long rail.
Well, she has made sure of plenty of angle on this 7 ball to stun over for the 8. The 9 in front of the corner and the 10 somewhat hovering in the bottom right corner. So, I mean, don't put yourself straight on the 8, but you don't really need any big angles. Put yourself into a position where you would tell yourself, I cannot miss these kind of shots, you know, like they're so obvious. You should be fine from there.
Floating the cue ball across the center of the table, which means you can just let the cue ball do the work here. Needs to be a bit careful of pace. We did see her scratch in a corner pocket earlier in this match. She's definitely played that soft enough. And I'm getting flashbacks to the second set here, Tim. Same calm, controlled demeanor, not looking rattled in the slightest.
Yeah, also just the momentum feels like it just continues where Bojana had left the second set. Doesn't really feel like anything is different to Christina. That could be a little bit worrying for all the Slateva fans, of course.
Yeah, indeed. And you were talking about a hard-fought battle on our other TV table between Shashaliu and Soledad Ayala, and it looks like Shashaliu has got the third set off and is already on the hill, leading by 3 racks to 0. So that is a comeback and a half. I wonder what we're going to see now on table 2 between Christina Zlateva and Bojana Sarac. In the second set, this is the start that Bojana got off to. She'll be looking to replicate that for this third set and avoid any possibility of going to a shootout. And I feel like Christina, and you have alluded to this, Tim, she's just a little bit out of sorts, having a bit of a shocker at the moment, needs to shake herself out of that. And again, we discussed it, she has a really good safety game to turn back to, and that worked for great effect in the first set. So, well, we'll see what opportunities come her way. But the winner break format will certainly suit Sarac here.
Yeah, she's got plenty of experience to fall back to, indeed. So that should make things easier for Christina to stay calm. But of course, in a long set, you get going. These short sets, anything can happen, so it's always a little bit scary to see what will happen in the future.
Well, Bojana made a ball off the break. It will be respotted, but right behind the 2, which is the ball she will be wanting to go for next after this one. And that may cause her a bit of a problem. She got a lot of effect on the cue ball there off the first rail. A lot of spin on the ball, gripped on this Predator arc table, and has kept the cue ball up that side of the table. But as you can see from this great angle, that 2 ball, well, I'd have to say does not go.
Played the cue ball, needs the cover, couple bumps, but she did find the cover. Probably we'll see Christina going airborne. No really obvious kick shot, the 2 wide in the open. Needs to get the distance.
Oh, where's the cue ball? Oh dear. Again, for the second time today, Christina Zlateva playing a jump shot with her weaker hand, making the jump shot, but sadly scratching the cue ball as well. And this is exactly the position Bojana wants to be in, with ball in hand. Another chance to keep Christina in her chair. From the overhead, Tim, the balls look nicely open.
Yeah, some traveling though from the 8 to the 9. I mean, I always look at, first, of course, you're looking at is there any cluster, then second, is there any traveling to be done? Now, 4, 5, 6, 7 should be okay, but from the 8 to the 9, that's where it's easy to lose the cue ball a little bit.
Well, she's going to be maneuvering around the 9-ball here. And as you were talking about, Tim, good shape on this 6 required. Even shape on the 6 required. A little wry smile from Bojana there. I think that 9-ball is hampering her shot on the 6 and is going to need to jump over the edge. Well, she may need to keep her jump stick in her hand here, Tim.
Yeah, needs 2 in a row. What is she leaving? This is gonna be no good. And if we are starting to give opportunities like this back and forth, I'm going to predict that we will be having our first shootout. Because everything starts to point to a very even match. I mean, we've seen it already if you look at the scoreline. After 2 sets, score technically was 5 each.
The demeanour of Christina just looked a little bit downtrodden there. I'm wondering if she's really concerned about the 10 getting in the way of her position shot here.
Well, maybe she was a bit scared of the base. Did she play that too firm?
She very well may have, Tim. May have to play cushion first here. Neither player making it easy for themselves in this final set. Muscles it in.
She's not going to be on the 9.
Well, I cannot see if there's a path around the 10. If there is, maybe that is the shot, because if she rattles it, the 10 may come to her rescue. She can certainly freeze the cue ball. Might not be a bad shot. I think she called the bank, Tim.
I am not too sure, and she might leave it.
Well, she didn't
I
call
was
the
gonna
10.
say if it stays up, that would have been painful if the 10 stays up. And even now, this is a chance for Bojana. Biggest problem is that kind of shot is easily missed and no safety opportunity really.
No, that was a brave shot to take on, and at that pace. Oh, but Christina's run into the 10. Is there another twist left in this second rack, Tim? I'm not sure. She's called the bank.
Well, looks to be quite straight, but... Oh, she's missed it. And she's left another bank.
Oh. Well,
Just...
anything goes in a third set thriller.
Well, that's the thing too. After the first 2 sets, they both have missed balls. They both experienced the great and the bad. So that means any shot can be missed or any shot can be made at this point. As you can see, she is going for this bank. She definitely has a chance. It looks straight to me. But we just seen it go wide. Will it go wide again? Wide again, but look at this. The side pocket point moves the 10 ball over to the short rail. She gets somewhat of a lucky roll actually.
Well, the cue ball position may have been on purpose, but certainly the leave on the 10 wasn't. Oof, indeed.
Well, she's played a good shot there. Maybe the pace. Well, that's if you're picky. I mean, she's played a good cue ball and the 10 is near the short rail. But she was aiming to bring the 10 closer to the short rail. Because once in a blue moon, you see someone cutting this in. And then it kind of hurts. For now, I think she will be playing the opposite sides. Safety. No, she went for the bank shot with safety in mind, but you have to hit it so perfect to leave that tough. And a chance for Christina to tie the score at 1, but crazy back and forth battle.
Yeah, the pressure's starting to show. This would be a good time to calm them nerves.
Yeah, nice and clean.
And that brings the score to 1 apiece. And you mentioned the S word, shootout, Tim. And I think you're right. This has the makings of getting there. I'm sure our players would rather avoid that situation and close out the match earlier for themselves. So you just look in the background at our other TV table. It looks like they're just setting up to practice. We will be blessed with the mixed doubles kicking off in 55 minutes from our time. Maybe even a bit earlier, just looking at the ProBilliardSeries.com schedule. And on the other table, we have the home hopefuls, Rapero and Sanchez Ruiz, and they're taking on Wei and Kachi. That will be a firework fused match. But we bring you back to this third set thriller. Christina to break, 1 apiece. Oh, the cue ball. Oh. Yeah. Making a ball off the break, but also making the cue ball. So when it is starting to work, the cue ball's getting loose. That has kept this match rather interesting, though, I have to admit, from a commentator and viewing perspective. Maybe not necessarily for the players and their fans. But that's what we love about pool, Tim.
Well, if it was for us, we would love to see every match go hill-hill, deciding set and then shootout. But yeah, indeed, for the players, might give them another scare.
I did mention fans of the players. If our viewers want to keep up to date with the fixtures, as I mentioned, please do visit the ProBilliardSeries.com website. But also, the Little Monster Women's International Open will continue at 7:30 local time today for the last 16. So Lots more women's action to come. But on our table, a lot more ladies' action to come as well. This would be the thinnest of cuts on the 5. She has been playing rather aggressive throughout.
Well, it does come with the high reward. The only thing that I'm not a big fan of is the big distance with the 6. It will be more difficult to guarantee the shape, making the combination.
Oh, she made the combination very well. The 6 looked like it was going to threaten hanging over the corner pocket, but it hasn't. It's bounced out quite a way over across the table. Bojana still has a look at this.
And now the only thing Christina can play on this 6 is to leave either the 8 for the bottom left or draw back and have more angle on the 8. But yet still it's not easy to get straight on the 8 though. As you can see, slight angle to the right, so always running a bit away from the 8 ball.
Yeah, I think I like your first suggestion of just running through. But it looks like Christina's digging into this cue ball. Now the cue ball should come across twice the long rail. Just needs to make sure of the pot really, Tim.
Well, as you could see, she had to put a little bit more pop on the ball to be able to go back and forth, but she's played it well. Just hopefully everybody watching is also understanding that sure, in practice those are shots that they should be making, but this is pretty tense, and there's also money on the line, as the winner of this match is guaranteed a little bit over $1,600, so that gives them the opportunity to obviously just chase the crown and go for the grand prize. Plus there is 2 more events coming for these players, as they're playing the mixed doubles, and there will be the Predator Women Euro Tour after. I'm not sure if everybody's staying, but to start your campaign in the first tournament with money means that you're kind of free rolling in the others. So this match could give someone a kickstart that could grow into huge results, great payday. Yeah, just a lot of satisfaction actually. So obviously there's a lot more behind this match than just to pot a couple balls and get through to the next round.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make, Tim. And the location of the Gandia Palace Hotel, where we're bringing you these matches live from, is right next to the beach, so players will have a couple of days break in between perhaps, and what not better than go sun yourself on the Mediterranean coast. But that will be far from our players' thoughts right now, as Christina just has a quick word with the ref. Not particularly sure what that's about, but Christina faces a 2-1 lead in this final set. She nearly got a funny bump on the 2 there, putting it in the corner pocket, but it stayed out, and that's another dry break. Well, there's a very fine gap through the 8 and the 9 if she were to look to drop this 1 ball in the corner pocket.
Oh, she put a very big stroke on there. Did she
Yeah.
leave something on the 1? That's a big question. She might have. I think it's actually just okay to where Christina cannot make the 1. Okay for Bojana, not okay for me. I mean, I'm not biased in any means. I'm just saying. But Christina could give it back though. Doesn't have to play, but she's going to try and leave the 7 in between.
Perfect. Couldn't have played that with any better pace.
The only thing I'm wondering is why would she not give it back and let Bojana play this safety? Because well, I'm not gonna say she's 100% guaranteed to hit this 1 ball, but I don't really see her missing this 1 ball, and it gives her a good chance to kick to a safety. And if this rolls safe, then Christina should have given it back.
Yeah, it's very interesting in the situation after push shots, or even indeed when in 10 ball, when you pot a ball that you haven't called. A little bit of mind games maybe comes into it, bit of chess perhaps. But never an easy decision to make, putting your opponent back to the table when you know you've got a good look at it. I like the way you're thinking, Tim. Small little advantages and a bit more consideration in them situations, you can give yourself an edge. And as this match is becoming quite tightly contested, little edges like that make the difference. Now, what has she got on this 3? I think she's coming underneath it. 2 rails, maybe 1. The 10 was moving, and it's moving back towards 3. Well, I don't blame her having a good look at this, Tim. I'm not too sure what it is with us and table 2 today, but we have seen the players not only consider these opportunities, but taking them and converting them. Just looks like the cue ball's in a difficult spot just to slide off the 3 and pot the 10. So we'll have to go the direct way, playing the 3 onto the 10. Hold on to your hats.
Oh, it's so tough though. I have to cut it quite a bit. Could even bump the 10 away with the cue ball.
Ooh.
The biggest risk was if you are not making the 10, what are you leaving? This is a run-out opportunity. This could guarantee Zlateva a shootout.
Yeah, she's got to do a bit of manoeuvring here to get round for the 4, which is tucked up above the 7 ball. And she needed to give it a bit more authority, and in doing so, that 3 ball has rattled in and out of the corner pocket. But how do you like the leave there, Tim? Fortune.
Yeah, quite a bit of fortune. We'll have to play perfect kick, and even then, if she hits it 2 rails and full, she might not get the cover. So and she's missed it completely. So Christina gets another try on the similar position on the 3-ball.
Well, she first of all has to navigate the 3 to the 4. She's also having a look at the 8-9 little cluster there as well. She has been known to go early into problems. Well, she took a big chunk of the 10 there, Tim. The cue ball has floated over, I believe, into a pot in position on this 4.
Well, it kind of looks like it does go to the top right, but she is still opting to play the safety. Has to play perfect stop shot, and also the bank, it might go in. I was gonna say it was laying straight into the bank, and if she was going to move it wide, the cue ball was most likely going to run into the 7, and that's what happened. She might have left a little bit of a message. She might have left a small jump, because nowadays people like to jump almost every shot, and this is only a small edge.
Wow. Again, Bojana teasing that corner pocket with the cue ball. And the 4 ball has tracked very nicely in the middle of the cluster of the 8 and 9. And dare I say, this is one tricky position that Christina finds herself in. So tricky, in fact, she decides just to push the 7 ball down towards the bottom short rail and gives ball in hand to Bojana with, well, a very good look at getting another safety here. In another tough spot, but maybe, just maybe, an edge has leaked.
Yeah, I think there is the edge. That would have been a little bit sloppy from Saraj, who does get the bank, and you know you cannot always hide. You can bank at this 4, top left spin, opening up the angle. Cue ball runs into the 9, is going to get perfect on the 5 to the center, and I think all the balls are wide in the open then. She looks to be very... She hit it very firm though.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of nerves on it. She is facing a little bit more difficult shot than I was anticipating on the 5.
A good clean hit could float the cue ball over towards the right hand long rail and would finish nice on the 6. Big pot, this one. Well, made sure of the pot. Didn't come across maybe as much as I imagined she would have wanted. Left with a sort of ball on the spot situation. Good practice for the shootout to come.
Well, the shootout does have a little bit more distance though.
Well, she's made good sure with the cue ball there to leave it as high up the table as possible. The 6 has leaked out across, but still in a cuttable position. Christina putting a jacket on, maybe feeling a little bit chilly in the arena.
Oh, she needs somewhat of cover. Oh, does the 10 come in between? Does the 10 come in between?
Oh, do you know what, Tim?
Wow,
Plumb in
wow.
between.
That is unbelievable. I mean, I think the local bakery would be happy with this roll because it's huge. Wow. No, I mean, I'm saying with almost every ball in front of the bucket, it could have been like it's not a gift, but a very high percentage run out. Now, at least Christina has the chance to, well, possibly kick this in or get separation. Yeah, just like this, you know, she's still alive in this game. She could have sold out the farm if the 10 did not drop. That is huge.
Yeah, and Bojana can see a good chunk of this 6 ball. There is the risk of an in-off if she doesn't catch it right on the low side. Oh, has played that great. She's used the 7 as a blocker for the cue ball to hold it, bringing the 9 into play, and we're seeing a good exchange of safeties here. Bojana maybe missing a trick earlier on with the 3 foul opportunity she manoeuvred herself into, but she's still keeping the pressure on her opponent, Christina, who is leading 2-1 in this final set. Well, she makes the hit, Tim, and the cue ball has come down on the short rail, but both pockets, corner pockets, available for this 6, and where the 7 is, she may fancy to take this on. Ooh. Well, she did take it on, Tim, and she played it at such a pace for the 7 in the same pocket, and that's come to her rescue. Another jump shot on the cards for Zlatieva here.
Should be able to stay near the 7, but easy to slide next to the 9. Perfect. Wow, crazy. I mean, if you're not on the edge of your seat, I don't think you're a real pool lover, because this match, how many twists and turns we have seen, is just, it's unreal what's happening at the moment. But from this position, we could see Zlatieva on the hill first, the double hill. Not expecting her actually to get this big of an angle on the 9. Low left spin. Staying away from the bump on the 10. Staying away from the corner. She's missed a 9 Geth.
Oh!
And look at what she's given Bojana. It's like a... Well, I'm going to not say anything, but I would say 2 tap-ins.
Wonderful opportunity to bring it back to 2-2.
Well, it's definitely a true battle going on. If you look at the scoreline, 4-1, 1-4 and 2 each. Makes it 7 each if they would be playing a race to 9. So technically we're all even, all square and 3 each in this deciding set would bring us to the shootout. We have not seen one so far yet, I believe, on these stream tables, so definitely looking forward to, because this match we could be having a lot more drama in this.
Absolutely, Tim. Fully agree with you. It has had the makings of that since this third set has kicked off. And you brought a good point that at the start of the third set, technically it was 5 racks apiece to these players. And maybe their dry breaks, or rather lack of consistency with breaks, has kept each player in the mix. But Bojana Sarac has brought this back to 2 apiece in the final set and has the break. Well, there's the thinnest of edges on that one ball. Whether or not that's enough for the potting angle, I'm not too sure. From here it looks like the potting angle is available, but that 9 ball looks like it may hamper running through for position if she can, so another difficult opener for Zlatieva.
Yeah, maybe not the pot indeed, but the shape was tough. Did catch a nice bump off the 9, but just look at the 4. Now the 4 ball locked up. So the 8 and the 10 somewhat locked up. The 4 ball locked up. Maybe a 4-5 combination, but also imagine the 3 doesn't go by the 6 to the bottom right. So she has to get to the right side of the 3 ball to play a 4-5 combination. To then, I mean, the 7 is near the side pocket point, so could be annoying. And then the 8 and the 10 not too available.
Well, I'm sure she's fully aware of that daunting prospect, but that is what she's faced with, and I agree with you on the 4-5 combination. And she's given herself every opportunity to make it here. When the 4 goes afterwards, and the cue ball, well, there is some judgment allowed within that, but there's always an element of the pool gods that come into play. Needs to make sure of this combination first.
Well, that's the first hurdle, or maybe the second. To get on the 3 ball was already one of it. Great shape on the 4. Now, I have a feeling she's looking at leaving the 6 on to get to the bottom side of the 7. Has to be careful not to land straight on the 7 ball. Straight on the 6 is not very much ideal either.
No, maybe she has the slightest of angles to kick over towards the bottom left quadrant of the table, but yeah, just a bit of an angle there, Tim. Not much. No, it's done very well there. She doesn't seem happy with herself. Does that mean that the cue ball maybe will be running towards...
No, she looks straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight is like over and out. I mean, I don't
Ideal
really
for
see
me.
any run out. Well, the 8 doesn't go in the side.
Now, is she calling the 10 in the middle? I don't think that's on.
I mean, there is something on if she hits the 8 full with the right spin. Throw the 10 ball a bit. Well, not full on the 8, but quite full. But you have to play the carom to where you have to cut the 10 much. But well, from this angle it looks a lot easier.
Yeah, it does.
From this angle I might have to play left spin. Because it might go to the left of the side pocket. Oh, it's there.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. That is that's a big deal. I mean, if that carom was not there, the run out would not have been possible with how straight she was on the 7. So the Bulgarian has arrived to the mountain.
Indeed. It's been a hell of a climb. Our Serbian, Bojana Sarac, is only one step down on the mountain. But Christina has done very well there and has put herself on the hill and, more importantly, retains the break. As we just look at the mixed doubles practicing away on our other TV table. Matches within our Little Monsters mixed doubles open will commence after this match. And if all goes to plan, we'll be on the hour.
Yeah, in the background on the other table, you could see Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Maite Ropero practicing for the mixed doubles event starting in 25 minutes. Still have plenty more action to come, so make sure to stay up to date. Check out the ProBilliardSeries.com website for all the schedules. We have 4 events running with the PBS, and then the Predator Euro Tour men's and women's. So plenty action. Also Eklund Kachi in the background. Now back to this match. Was looking to stick the cue ball a bit more with the 6. Won't be too difficult to hold the 1 or to hit the 1. But she might scratch off the back in the corner, Gath.
Yeah, I agree, because it looks like where the 4 is, she might even have to put a trace aside on it. So electing not to take that shot on and going the full length of the table up and down.
Oh! Ooh. For a second. I mean, I was very much afraid of another carom or combo on the 10. But the other thing though, well, Christina can play the 1 in the bottom left and have shape on the 2. But you see, because of how tense everything has gotten, she's just opting to stick the cue ball between the 10 and the 5. Just like that.
Ooh. Yes, indeed. And as that cue ball straightened up off the short rail on Bojana, she now finds herself in an even trickier position.
Well, she could elevate into the bottom short rail and hop the cue ball over the 5 into the 1. Or this 2-railer with a lot of left spin to make it short. Yeah, nice hit. Oh, look at the cue ball.
Oh no. Dear. Oh no. Well, that is very unfortunate. Bojana playing a great 2-rail escape there. Contacting the 1 ball very thickly, but the cue ball's tracked into the center pocket, and at this stage of the game, that is rather unfortunate.
Well, for a second, I was interested to see if she's opting for the 3 files. Maybe a 1-10 combination, sticking the cue ball behind the 9. But it's maybe a little bit too much. She is going for the run out, which should be available. But the more balls you pocket, the lower the odds are gonna get that your opponent is losing the rack on the 3 files. So she is going, so it has to be the clearance. You have to run out. But how are the nerves?
That is a very good question, Tim. Due to the nature of how close this match has continued to be, the nerves will be brimming to the top. Christina finds the table nice and open for her here. The 7 is a little tricky, perhaps.
Well, also, I mean, sure, there's a lot of space, so you would expect them to get out. But how often do you see them running from the 5 to the 6, and now suddenly they did not follow through as much as they needed, or they got straight on the 5, and now things are a little bit funny already. She can go 2 rails around the 10, but I'm saying sometimes you pinch the ball, now it runs too far. Sometimes you push the ball, now it runs too short. Anything different of a hit on the ball gives a different feeling to it than what you're used to. But she's got the pace. She's played it really well. I think the 7 might have just enough space near the side pocket point to stun the cue ball off the rail.
Yeah, I agree, Tim. That was lovely position on the 6 at a crucial time when it was needed. Christina would ideally like to wrap this one up here, not with the threat of it going to a shootout. Well, just needs to make sure of this 9 where the 10 ball is, Tim. You fancy that she could pot that from pretty much anywhere on the table. Nothing's a given at this stage of the match.
Yeah, and does not have to do much more with the cue ball. This 10 to get to the last 16. Christina Zlateva from Bulgaria.
And there we have it, Tim. Christina Zlateva of Bulgaria besting Serbia's Bojana Sarac by 2-1 in an absolute nail-biter at the end there. And as you alluded to, Christina progresses through to the last 16, and that will be taking place later today at 7:30. But please hold on to your seats, and please do not go anywhere. As you can see in the background, the formation of the chairs are changing because we're about to kick off our mixed doubles event. And there are some great lineups to be had in there. As you look over to the other TV table, we have Sanchez Ruiz is playing with his compadre Ropero, and they take on Kachi and Wei on TV table 1. And on our table to come, we have Zlatieva, who we've just seen, and Exposito, and they're taking on Liu and Jishushin. And that match and the other should be kicking off in the next 17 minutes. My name's Gethin Davis. A big thank you to my co-commentator Tim de Ruyter. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in 15 minutes.